There's a piece of glitter on the floor. Okay. I was seeing this like bright flash out of the corner of my eye. It's glitter. How dare there be glitter on the floor? Terribly rude. Anyway. Continue. Yes, please. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning to you, Professor Hairbrain. I suppose. Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows! Hello. Sholmes. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here! Why, naturally! A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. We're trying to have a... Sholmes. What do you want? Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, sorry? I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Is your face okay? Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. Yes, Iris is. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Gregson, hi! Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Wasn't it just an ungodly hour? I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know! Ah, poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderer? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And and he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. What? Really? I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can, in the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. Am I going to look at the autopsy report? Probably. In fact, yes. Examine. Condemned prisoner. Hebete. Pseudonym, the Professor, death by hanging, confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. Oh, that's not much information, is it? I wish you the best of luck, Professor. Suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber. B. Ta-da. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as witness. Still amazed you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright, here we go. The final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. Not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. Aha. The final chapter. I'm looking at the list of parts and episodes and I'm just like, the final chapter, huh? As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. Well, I mean, if Kazuma is the masked man that is Sykes' assistant, it's, yeah, you're probably not ready for that. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Woohoo! There's our magician. There's a pouring cards. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. It is weird for there to be another guy there. That feels weird, right? It's not just me. The defense is ready, my lord. Deep breaths. As promised, Lord Van Zykes has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. Do not say anything about it. If I may, Lord Van Zykes. Yes, my lord? There appears to be someone standing at your side. What? Really? I didn't even notice there was someone there. Thanks for pointing that out. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Okay. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. Okay, yeah, that feels... Muscle memory and conscious memory are two different things, so... That feels very... okay. Alright. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but no, this is so very hard. Would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientists should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and, then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. It wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zykes. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. I have a report for you. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. Oh, right, Drebber blew it up. It was... what? An explosion? This is an outrage! Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flame. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was a result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain, for it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Van Zykes rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. O.D. Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zykes, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you two. I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints. But that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. He's very clanky. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. You are the one who blew it up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You shut? You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility. Nothing more. But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony. about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. You're clanky. The Kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't, it's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Ugh. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Why are words being highlighted? They don't seem to have any... The words that are being highlighted don't seem to be, like, important. Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord, as a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true, I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. So that's true, we spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation, with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads, then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. Where's the damage on this one? The damage is on the bottom. Unless someone's head was at the bottom. That's not head first. So I will say, haha. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? Why are you highlighting random ass words, my guy? It's the opposite of where they should be. Why is everything getting highlighted now? That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Why does Drebber highlight random shit in his dialogue? Good gracious, explain yourself, witness! Well... If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. Maybe Drebber's highlighting random shit because, like, Drebber is half robot, half...
Objection.
We are not trying to red string. Multiple witness reports claim it fell headfirst. Birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion. At an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. Thank you, Susato. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Deflagration? Looking up words. Deflagration. Oh, in the boom. In the explosion. When the balloon went pa. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection.
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection.
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Okay, we are having an evil chuckle. Let's go. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though, to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. Was it actually only one? A broken vertebrae. Vertebra. Bruh. How did he know there was only one broken vertebra? I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zykes. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, and there's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? Seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drabber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. Ugh, nearly had him there. Are you a cyborg or something? Like, why are you so... Why are you so... The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the bird's cage to have fallen from. Yes there is. No, not that one. Oh wait, yes. Wait. I thought I got another one.
Objection!
Yeah, the stage was raised, so... And there was a hole in the stage. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. Hi. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No! Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord, of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen the requisite 30 feet. The stage was raised. The stage was raised! The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. Turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost the exact same distance. Oh, we're hitting. We're hitting. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Yes, we do. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. A hole! The metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Let's be dramatic as fuck. Mr. Drebber! We're getting somewhere because he's flinching. It was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmund's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could have only been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. We're getting somewhere. He's malfunctioning!
Objection!
Beans. We got an objection. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. Oh yeah, Kazuma would have to get a new sword because I have his. Anyway, irrelevant. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. Alright, give it a go then. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. Alright. Two counts. Two? Yeah, apparently. Firstly, before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. What if one of the forensic investigation team is on Drebber's side? And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Explain? A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zykes? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asmund. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%. Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. I'd build a machine for 30%, honestly. But that's because I'm broke. So... But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. Oh my gosh, it was so written that way because Mr. Asman was probably planning to kill Enoch. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Ah. Need I say more? Hello, welcome in. The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. Doing pretty good. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Solving a mystery. Ugh. Ah. Making progress in the game. That's usually a good sign. Seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark, even though it doesn't seem like there's progress happening. Lord Van Zykes, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, every week. So kinda in between daily and weekly. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the crystal tower, he couldn't have done it, and in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths, too. Well, it would seem. The defense has no rejoinder to offer. I only stream to Twitch, but I upload them all to YouTube afterwards. If you're going to offer to make me, like, emotes or something, I'm not looking. And there it is. No, I'm not looking for anything right now. I make all my own stuff. So. If you had read the rules of the chat, you would know that. The rules of the chat, my bio. It's in a few places. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit. Unless... Alright. I will be standing up, so my model's about to freak out. Don't worry about it. I'm getting a drink. Whoop. Why are you sticky? Why do you have glue on you, you weird-ass can? Alright, there we go. That problem is solved. I did say the model was about to freak out. Come on back. Okay. Drink acquired. There's a lot of talking.
Objection.
'Tis not impossible. It's very possible if you had a minion. At the beginning of this trial, we believed there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. Boop. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So, if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Because if there was more than one birdcage, there was probably more than one culprit. Because that's how it works. That's how science. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection.
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Oh, especially with who I'm going to slander. That's gonna be a situation. Counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? Perhaps. What do I do here? Stay the course. We are staying the course. At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? Name the accomplice. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel? My lord? You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? The coroner. Because she would probably have a pretty good grasp on switching bodies.
Take that.
The name of the person in question is What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it will be all right, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Susata. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. All right then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel. Now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. And those two are why. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. Exactly. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Got a nerve, lad! Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud. Not the whole yard, just the coroner. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. Dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh, my word. Wait, who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body. Not a dead one. Was never alive. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one dead or alive who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. Name redacted. If my argument was that there's 2 bird cages, there must have also been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? Oh no, I do. What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Present evidence! Very well, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Evidence? Yes, evidence. You know you like it. Do hope this isn't filibustering, Counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was a figurine. A figure. A waxwork. The Professor!
Take that!
Boom! We know the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. Therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. I needed that. So I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing. Oh, you brought the waxwork with you. Okay. Why did you bring the waxwork with you?
Objection!
I was expecting an objection, so here we are. Because Van Zykes seems real objecty. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Blink. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
Yes? You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicating waxwork? Indicting. Yeah, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? Looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? He flinched. So, the flinch was important. I feel like the flinching is indicative that I'm winning. Just a few days before Professor Harebrain performed this public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tispel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing... Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. 'Tis. He took it so he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Neener.
Objection!
Alright, we'll play objection. You're hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. Don't say that about your friend. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord? I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Ooh, yay. Time for a judicial summation examination, or whatever the fuck it's called. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
How much corn does this kid need, by the way? So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. So I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors, as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime with which he is charged. Why are we starting at 6? I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidence he's not a proper job, is he? Won't have it. Oh, she's upset. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double. Yeah, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. From a distance, very briefly, in the shadows of the explosion, though. That's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, Counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal.
Hold it!
Press. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes, when needs must. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? Been working at the yard for 40-odd years. That's even more than I thought. Only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know? Of course, times have changed. If the public didn't trust coppers back when I started, it was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to win the public's trust as well. And when we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now, and she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. When I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. Now look at her! Head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you. Did you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim, we were. Full of vim. Coming across loud and clear. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving. Why is it nonsense? We're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. It's, really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right. Oh. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. Thought it was up to me to press the jurors and not the other way around. Let's stretch the spine. Dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Okay. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know? Well, you learn something new every day. Even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. Gay. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. Or the defense and his judicial assistant. Anyway, if that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. So I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them. I have a feeling that the Bobby is going to have a problem with your problems. What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Oh, he's looking over in this direction. Can we put the gun down, please?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole? Who are you calling a mass murderer? Ah, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. If we could put the gun down. Back in my day, back in the good old days. Wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. Huh, we've seen that name before, haven't we? I didn't mean to open the contract. She was the best of the best. The apple of the Force's eye. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've heard that name somewhere recently. Oh gosh, really? Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Oh, yeah, I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. A legendary coroner even then. Utter nonsense. Da 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 da.
Hold it!
But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Change colors. Yes. Anyway. Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. I suppose we should expect nothing else than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. That perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Well, didn't we find that piece of glass in the jacket? I have evidence. I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. Anyway, I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage, namely... Tick, 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 tick. Glass.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Well, it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower... Holy smoke! Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence this small piece originated, is that it? Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage. Alright. Boop doop. I have right evidences! Neener. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Whose statements to refer? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much beside Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't. Well, she's like 6! If I could interject here. Please do, sir. Now, this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence. It would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further. Bink! Yay! Well, me too then. Oh, is she just listening to the scientist? This brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone else, or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Success! If you can call it that. Well, of course, if he got some evidences, that's a whole nother cob of corn, isn't it? Lovely job. Alright. We have an evidences. We are trusting my vibes. We have the vibes. We are trusting the vibes. Go!
Objection.
Those two statements clearly contradict. Whose statements do you prefer? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me. What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But, oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. Gasp. My goodness! Evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. I have a feeling juror number 2 is kind of treating this like a soap opera. The court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. Yeah, I know, jump scare. The Professor's... But that man was a capital offender, so... That's right, this is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. My, Courtney Stevens? Strike a light! It appears the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tispel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asmund, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link we've yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Blink. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Oh, there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. Wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Bink. Yay! Continue the court. Thank you, Cancel. that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has been changed. 2 jurors now call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. Success. A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe that the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tispels. I really thought that Lord Van Zykes would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tispels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. Or about a minute and a half, approximately. Anyway, new witness. Madame Tispels. Yes, I shall see to it at once, my lord. Alright. The adjourn. The to be continued. The save. The... Oh, shit! We are... It's fine. Yes, I'd like to save. And then I will be back in a second. Ah ha ha. Ha. It's fine! Alright. It's fine. My drink just went sideways, so I had to clean that up. Everything's fine, don't even worry about it. Sideways beverage, not good. Defendant's antechamber. Wow. Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the knight-errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. Yes, what do you have to ask? What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? Oh, right, you were in, like, Germany or some shit. Germany when this was happening, weren't you? Still dealing with the aftermath of the drink a little bit. He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? A murderer. A mass murderer. A serial killer, if you will. Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. There we go. That's solved. Some of the liquid got in my phone case, so I was decasing the phone and getting it out. It's the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. Ah, the professor is foreboding. Who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies! As it turns out, Lord Van Zykes is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? How true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper had failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh, yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zykes. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set. All alone, with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Jump scare! Dr. Scythe! Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe, née Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. Ah. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. Policemen on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And, I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and... That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zykes won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Ooh, corruption. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Alright, let's do some more cart. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. Think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. All right, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Have fun with your caramel. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. We're gonna find out more stuff about Van Zykes? We're gonna find out if the masked man next to him is really Kazuma? I don't know. Probably. It's Kazuma who suddenly hates us, and that's why he's lying to us about having amnesia. The final chapter, then, of this case. But I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. Old Bailey courtroom. Anyway. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. I wonder how annoyed the judge gets about, like, oh, we gotta take a break, and we gotta take a break, and we gotta take a break, and we gotta summon a new witness. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. And we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zykes? My lord? Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tispels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tispels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. What connects the pair of them is the waxwork. The model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. Tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Oh my gosh, is she making an actual waxwork of Sholmes? That's amazing. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tispels. I am a waxwork artisan. I'm the proprietress of the Madame Tispels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Ah, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world. My, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believe it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped. Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim? At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps? Perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask, but clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tispels' principles. What principles? The family Tispels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tispels' waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tispels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today at the House of Horrors. We Tispels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. Wait, isn't that... Sorry, I'm looking something up. Okay. I was wrong about the thing I was looking up. I'm sorry. I distracted myself. Disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask, the true visage of the killer is there? This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular, even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It's a sight to behold. You should come! I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. Vibrated it. Stop that. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement with its creation. With pleasure. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that recently shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tisbell's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. Was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, eh? So you truly saw it? The face of that monster? Naturally. I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tussauds would not be Tussauds if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based on the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene just as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, was it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe. There has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Based on a rumor that shocked society, blah blah blah. Impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Tisbell's family principles, blah blah. I enlisted the aid of the grave digger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. Hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. How long?
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? If you know your forensics. It is because of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then it starts to relax again. Fun fact, I know a lot about that. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. But rigor mortis can be fooled. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Ugh. Getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Tuspel's. It's probably significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see? Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. Susato! This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien sûr. Confirmed at midnight.
Objection!
Inquiry. Madame Tuspels. What's in my eye? I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Quoi? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tispels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Syde's report, quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging, confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Well, I mean, that's probably how he crawled out of the grave if the execution failed. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. I mean, if he supposedly crawled out of his grave, we're under that assumption. Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea of it is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck! Extraordinary! Not in my day!
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at the... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Something man crawled out of his grave. Something man crawled out of his grave. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes, indeed. Maui! The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection.
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say he's right here before my very eyes. Well, yeah, it said his hair turned white. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? Doop-a-doo-doo. Boop.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness? Yeah. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tispel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Dun dun dun! I like her hair. I like Tispel's hair. That's irrelevant at the moment, but you know. Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there? In Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tispels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No! But that would mean... Madame Tispels, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown in the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? That's me. Yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery at the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Well, that's a situation, apparently. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who'd been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ooh, dramatic. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. No. We'll probably get Drebber instead, because Dr. Scythe is not allowed. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. According to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zykes won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. It is forbidden! Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely no one would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zykes. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. We're scrapping instructions. But Lord Van Zykes, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. If we can't get Dr. Scythe, that's fine. Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then. Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime would never have been committed. Just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all this is about to come out. You carved that, Herlock. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zykes. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I am talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. Don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Brain, no. My brain just went, well, yeah, remains to be seen is her job. She has to see them to autopsy them. According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. Hit, 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 hit. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tusbel's, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? A bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Alright, tell us this thing. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Give us a testimony. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. So, of course, as you wish. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. Thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then, I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course! You'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. So, you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. If the details in this article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Oh yeah, that was a thing in, like, the Victorian age. And that's why a bunch of graves from that period have, like, metal cages over them. The myth of it is like, oh, they're preventing vampires. No, they're preventing grave robbing. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists. A particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. It would invite divine retribution, sir. Words. I can do that. I can do words. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. Once, my lord. Grave robbing. The illustration was based on what you saw.
Hold it!
Alright, was that Madame Tispels? Young woman being Madame Tispels, of course? Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça, I found the man. The article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? I'm probably pronouncing the French horribly. Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Tispels way. Would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. The details of the camera have been updated. Alright, I'm gonna play around with the camera a little bit. Camera. Oh, oh, that's fun. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely? Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells the times by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikatoba. And then what's that? Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows, just here. There seem to be some very dark red stains. So you're right. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Updated again. That's probably relevant, but I'm gonna just leave that be. So you never saw the professor? Never ever.
Objection!
Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. I want to draw attention to the signature on this drawing. I have a theory as to why Drebber would have wanted to kill Asmon. I have a theory as to the motive. It says, "Oh, Asmon." I think Odie Asmon was the person who put Drebber's name to the witnessing the dead guy rising from the dead. And this puts Courtney Scythe and Enoch Drebber between a rock and a hard place a little bit. And I think they planned this for 10 fucking years. I think they were scheming. So when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed, even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included that mask in the illustration. Ha! Well, Mr. Drebber? It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it. Of course he is. He's trying to hide something. If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. I'd be happy to oblige. Well, of course he's not going to concede the point. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber. Why would... Anyway, at work. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman. Well, I suppose I'll press that statement.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know? Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he'd dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. So you're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself? Right. Not cool. Not cool business. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
There's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Yes, well. I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Wow, you're chiseling real hard at that wax. Let's go.
Excuse me.
Madame Tispels? Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh, la la la. Pardon. I was, lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Ooh, Drebber's getting serious. Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know?
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Tispels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask the figure was wearing, and the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up! But accuracy is the Madame Tispels... is the Tispels... I forgot the word. Hey, Mr. Drebber? Yes? You refute the account just given by Madame Tispels? I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering blood. Oh, I mean, like the blood splatter you had on the camera that you sold to Madame Tispels?
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night! Yes, we, borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And? Is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. Looks like a dark red stain. Ah! That's right. There's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Lord, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It'd be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tispel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. I mean, yeah, that would be... I'd freak the hell out of me. Frankly. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose, then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. He's shielding someone? Eh. Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, Counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? I mean, she was the one who...
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Dun, dun, dun. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Objection me. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
The fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Lord Van Zykes? Pray, forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole other raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale that Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. $10 on it being Lord Strongheart. There's probably nothing to tell that, but I would put money on it being Lord Strongheart. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nepalese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some staged deception when so much is at stake would be madness. I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits, too. I had no reason to kill Mr. Asmund at all. Or are you forgetting his death results in me not receiving a single penny? This court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? Let me just... I am looking at something. Look at that beautiful signature from O.D. Asmund. And then look at that beautiful signature from O.D. Asmund. Wow, a motive. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asmund's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asmund. Why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Nice dodge! How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I saw it. I saw the signature. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. The signature! Very important. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is here. Boom.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What could it possibly tell us? We've connected the 2 dots. That drivel should never have been written. Its typical gutter press nonsense means nothing. Although technically we've connected the 2 signatures. Yes, on its own it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
Take that!
Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund. Yes, that's right. Very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asmund. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? Boop.
Take that!
What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asmund's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Well, yes, they're identical! Exactly. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asmund. Oh, okay.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asmund? Because that was the only article that let his name out? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Presuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. It's quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. Caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. It was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. And I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. All because of that article written by Mr. Asman. Stop this endless drivel about my life! What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true I had to leave the university as a result of this article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research, but they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or another after all. Gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection.
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? The ones who gave you a trophy about it? Sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? Because you were very talented, you got a trophy about it.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intentions of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. Oh, 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 oh. Dr. Scythe jump scare. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Lord! Etc., etc. Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then I had a chance to react. Before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. That one word keeps tripping me up. I can only apologize now. Isn't this dramatic? Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all. Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Oh no. Terrible. Order, order, order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zykes Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true, it had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. Now, let's see. What did Sholmes say about pursuing the truth? If you have even a shadow of a doubt, pursue it like a dog with a bone. Woof woof. Let's pursue this truth. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Woof woof, I'm a dog with a bone, let's go. Trial is set to end now. The judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... more.
Objection!
Boom bam! The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. The truth! Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. One word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Woof woof, let's go. We're having a time. We are pursuing it. To the bitter end. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. So I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. Give us the details. Spill the tea. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Ooh! We got Van Zyke's curious. Pray, forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it. But what is your objection, Lord Van Zykes? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there is more to this case that has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. What? Lord Van Zykes? This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. Hee. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork in the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. It's so kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report, then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Doop-de-doo. Boop, boop. Began at the scene. We saw the waxwork in the note. Actual body of the victim, as indicated, was hidden beneath the stage. How did the body have to be arranged? Tell me.
Kill it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Asmon. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. What is it, Mrs. Sato? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Mine too. Dr. Scythe? There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh. Which part? Stabby stab. Stabby stab. How you stabbed Mr. Asmon in the chest. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. Shwabam.
Objection!
Picture. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement? The stabby. Boop.
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. No, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Syeth made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside of the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Why do you all use the fancy word? Stop it. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, must be the case when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Syeth, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. And I will pause here for a moment and be right back. We're back. Latest testimony was a total fabrication. Yeah. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. Hello! It's been a while since I saw you. It's been a good while since you've been in the chat, huh? We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Syeth. Ah. The mountains. Fun. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that's the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Syeth's story is shown to be a lie about the contradiction of her testimony? Stabby stab. Well, who needs the correct order? You just gotta go for it, I suppose. The answer is very simple, if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
It's impossible, the man was dead, remember? The professor was also dead. No, that is the misapprehension. Ah. No, that's fair. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Though the weird was not your fault. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. Panic stabbed him. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Ah. Ah. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? Was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that.
Objection.
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. There is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive. There's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection.
There was a reason. No, when you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. We saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seems strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Yeah, what was it? Was it 500 or 5,000? It was a big number. It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels. Plural. Did you say scalpels? Would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You! Come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. Oh, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh. What is it? It's clear the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. $500 scalpels a month? At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asmund's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. Nyeh. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asmund was still a journalist and wrote his article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? You mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly, the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmund in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret. Forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. The drama. Oh! As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really? It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know? They don't recognize the fact they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. So they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. Can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. Made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Oh, fun. See, that I actually didn't know. I've read the books, the Holmes books. But, like, my brain... Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmund's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmund, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave at Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. Oh, that's fun. When I learnt that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him. For revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. I mean, poor guy. Cool motive, still murder, I guess. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge. At least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospect, especially for purely selfish gain, and yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to exact your revenge. You knew he would be forever branded as a failure or a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I... Lord Van Zykes, what of Dr. Scythe? And immediately An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. And I won't defend either of them. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain? Oh, yes? It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered and, above all, a fool. Professor, I've spent my life thinking about nothing but my research, misguidedly believing if I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. The worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zyk's? And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Barak. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial really has made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over? I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Yeehaw! Confetti, fireworks, celebration! Court is adjourned. There's a little bit more, though. It's over. That was some trial. Let's have a chat with everyone and wrap it all up. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is! Congratulations, Professor Harebrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? Just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Dear, oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this, as a memento? The paper my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento, then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Oh, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. Still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition whilst I'm here too. See if any new inspiration hits me. Oh, yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Hi, Van Zykes. How's your face? Lord Van Zykes, what are you doing in here? Barrock. Sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no, hold on a minute, Barrock. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look at... No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrock. Lord Van Zykes. What's all this about? A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me when you met Lord Van Zykes at his office some days ago. He asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. That's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. And they're both still fine. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. But Barrock! Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zykes? In court, Where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Oh, not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Harebrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. Well, because he's turned off the Reaper part, because he's not doing a courtroom. The Enigma, Baron Barak Van Zykes. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. Barak. The Old Bailey courtroom. Boop, boop. Oh, we're gonna stand up. Fair enough, I suppose. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Yes? Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. Now I think differently. You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zykes. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotobo well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it left a great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects, even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zykes. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Oh, snap! Did one of the 3 Japanese students kill Clint? Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war. A war? Between Britain and Japan. But that would mean... you mean to say the professor was...
When
Unlock
the trial
that
reached
mask.
its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Hey, I don't have to read the dialogue this time.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Click.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Oh. Oh, is your assistant okay? Are you good, my man? Oh my gosh, was it like Kazuma's father? Okay, let's be dramatic.
Father.
It was Kazuma's father, holy shit.
What? Father?
I'm putting this on autoplay so I don't have to...
Kazuma!
What? It was Kazuma the whole time? Plot twist.
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
He looks good in the suit, though.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh,
Oh yeah, his sword! Would you like this back?
Karuma. Great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations.
Would you like your sword back?
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
Did you want that back?
With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Did you want it back? You can have it back. It is yours.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Oh, is he gonna stab the fucking waxwork? Do it! Yes! I mean, that's...
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time.
It might have been.
I'll be seeing you.
That was dramatic.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
So he's the living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi. My best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Cosma Lord Van Zyke's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. And off he goes. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion, I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Like, that's not how amnesia works, but you know, we take it. The demasking. Yes, I would love to save my progress. Twisted Karma and his last bow. And that's gonna wait a while because I'm going to do more Pokemon! On Wednesday, Legends ZA. I shall be continuing. See everyone then.